Sir William Miller, March 7, 1985, Medford, Mass. Interviewer is Shahla Ha'iri. And Mr. Miller, I'd like to start by asking you about how you became familiar with Iran. What was the first time that you became familiar with the country and the people?
Well, I think I'd have to go back to the time that I was in college, Williams College, in the early 50s. I mean, ironically, Williams is where the Shah's family spent considerable time, and it's the place where Richard Helms was a student in the 1930s. And when I was there was in the early 50s, and my first perceptions of Iran really occurred then because of the press coverage of Mohammad Mossadegh. And what I can recall, and I think this is an accurate recollection, is that the press, particularly journals like Time magazine, portrayed Mossadegh as a caricature, even though he was on the cover of their magazine as an eccentric. He was described, and I recall this very vividly, as Weepy Mossadegh, somehow a buffoon. Since my interests were in entirely different fields at the time, English literature, Iran's concerns and my ideas about Iran or knowledge of Iran quickly passed. It was only that image that was conveyed by these dominant journals. I then went to Oxford, and there I met some Iranians, along with other people from the Middle East. And as it turned out, as fate would have it, some of these Iranians became my closest friends in years to follow, intellectually and socially, personally. But in the Oxford years, I had no intention or knowledge of the Middle East, any intention of going there. So it was purely an accident of being in the same place with the same people. There were other awarenesses of Iran that had to do with my studies of Renaissance literature. There were references to Hormuz, the pearls of the Gulf, the treasures of the Orient. It was an exotic place, but very distant and of no concern to me, since my intentions were to teach literature. There were other awarenesses of Iran that had to do with Iranians in various parts of Europe. They were very evident in places like Geneva, where they were referred to, again in caricature, as oil wells. Very wealthy Iranians who attracted to themselves, it would appear, a Playboy image. And beyond that, there was no other sense of recognition of Iran for me. Then I returned to Harvard, again to pursue advanced studies in English literature. And as fate would have it, the Foreign Service exams that I had taken while at Oxford suddenly became relevant. And through a chain of circumstances, which I don't need to go into, I decided to enter the Foreign Service to get it out of my system in a way. And as the fates would have it, I was assigned to Iran through no choice of my own and no knowledge of Iran. And as fate would have it, I was assigned to Isfahan with no language training and very little training in the history of the area, certainly no review of the files, and no understanding of what the real span and effect of the American presence had been in Iran historically. So I went to Iran as a naive, or even more accurately as a primitive, put it that way.
What year was that?
This is in 1959. Now I had some sense of Iran before going. There were briefings of a very sketchy nature, and I did attend some language sessions. As I recall, the language teacher was a Batman Galich, one of the. Yeah. Let's see. Yes. See, we came to Iran in late 1959, and we had come very gradually through the Middle East from Cairo, Beirut, Damascus, and the sense of going deeper into Asia was a very strong one. And the difference between the Arab world and Iran was very dramatically conveyed by this trip. It's the world of Cairo, and certainly of Damascus, was, at least at that time, was vastly different than what we found in Iran. For one thing, weather, not to mention the structure of cities and villages. Tehran at that point had not become a hopelessly overcrowded urban mess. It was still in many ways open and gave a great sense of integration with this glorious landscape of snow-covered mountains and gently sloping terrain down into the city. And the sense of water and trees and gardens was dominant. The idea of city as buildings overwhelming individuals was not there. It was one of that I came to see as dominant in Iran was this sense of garden, the civilization of creating something of the best of nature within a city. So the initial contacts were of great surprise and delight. It was very, very pleasant. And after the turmoil of the airport, where no one from the embassy came to meet us because we were so junior, we were helped by everyone in sight. So everyone was very helpful. It's that not only the Iranians, but European travelers who were sympathetic to disaster in arrangements such as these. But all of that worked out. Then we went down to Isfahan, and we lived in the very first day we arrived, we were put into a ramshackle hotel. It was called the Isfahan Hotel, which was in the Meydan Mojassume, as it was called, right at the Isfahan side of the Sayasi Po, the bridge of 33 arches that looked up to Kusufe, the dominant mountain in the Isfahan area. Kusufe, yeah, which has on top the ruins of a Sasanian castle and earlier remains, as I found later. And while the hotel was very ramshackle, everyone was very pleasant. It was a different world. The hotel was on different levels. It was made of mud brick, and there were cotton woven carpets everywhere, and the dominant food was the jam in the morning was made of bay, and there was an infinity of carrot cake, but of course the bread, the sangyak and nuni sangyak and babari were all marvelous, and gradually became accustomed to the smells and sights and sounds. But we had this look on the main thoroughfare of Isfahan, this marvelous jewel of the world, which was a revelation, because I only had faintly heard of Isfahan by this time, and the sense of architectural magnificence was something that was new to me, of this kind. But the very day that I arrived, I went to the consulate, which was right across the street, on one of the, it was right on the Chahar Bagh, just before it came into the square. And the very first duty, after meeting the staff, was to go to a funeral in a mosque. Is that some prominent Isfahani businessman had died, and there was a memorial service. And all of the dignitaries of the city, and we had, as I quickly learned, were dignitaries for that purpose, were invited to pay respects and listen to orations of one kind, the readings from the Quran, but also from the poets. And this was in the Masjid-i Madari Shah, which Shah Sultan Hussein on the Chahar Bagh, a magnificent mosque, not one of the best, but beautiful. So this was my first encounter with Iran, formally. And I found the whole approach to death fascinating. The ritual nature of it, and the ceremony on the secular side, obviously a secular manifestation with cigarettes and coffee, bitter coffee, but the formulaic expressions of regret and the delight, really, that everyone had in being there. And so my very first contact with Iran was religious, and I found no sense of hostility. The mullahs were extremely respectful and courteous and even amusing. Began to tell jokes, which were translated for me at that point. Now I began immediately to take lessons in Farsi, and I had a constant companion who was one of the Iranians who worked in the consulate, who was from a good family of Isfahan. He had gone to the American college in Tehran, and had a very strong devotion to strong relations between the countries, almost messianic, but a very gentle and civilized man. So in that first few months, it was meeting all of the dignitaries of Iran, first the officials. Now the Governor General at the time in Isfahan was Abbas Farzanagan, who had been a brigadier general. He's a brigadier general at that point. He quickly advanced to full general, and he was very friendly to me, and he kept saying how much he welcomed the Americans and their presence in Iran, and he seemed to attach great importance to it. He spoke English with an American accent. He had spent a number of years in the United States, and he also had children who were studying in the United States. So that sense of identification of officialdom with the United States, formally, officially, was something that gradually I began to understand. And he quickly told me, quite gratuitously, really, about the Mossadegh coup. And he spoke of discontent and corruption. And this is something that was a great surprise to me, is that everyone was Vatan Parast in a way, but at the same time deeply critical of the regime. Is that a love of country, great discussions about corruption and what was going wrong. I quickly learned from Farzanagan himself and from others that he was the bagman in the Mossadegh overthrow. Now, I learned that before I knew what the Mossadegh overthrow was, or what its consequences, who was involved. No one had ever told me officially that the United States had been involved in this. So,
you didn't know by this when you went there?
Well, the official position was that the Shah returned, and the forces loyal to him rose up and drove the Mossadegh out because of his refusal to abide by the signed decree, and that his government had been infested by communists, and the people rose up against that, and that he had lost his popularity, he had become authoritarian, and so on. So gradually, and this is the perhaps it's a good thing, I learned about Iran's politics from Iranians. Then I was able to learn about my own country's involvement in Iran, starting first with that perspective and having the luxury of seeing it from two perspectives. Coming as I did as a very young officer with no preconceptions, it was a fresh problem, and I'm afraid it's shaped my views of Iran. I'm not afraid, because I think it's perhaps the best perception, but nonetheless that's the way I came to see it. Isfahan was a wonderful place because it was small enough. Our position as diplomat was so valued by the people of Isfahan. It was a compliment to them in many ways, and they took it as such. But they were very welcoming, so that from the Governor General on down through the Shahdar, who in this case, the Shahdar was. Oh goodness, he was an Ishragi, Hossein or Habib, I think. He was highly regarded because he was a mayor who planted trees and the trees grew. So the chinar that he planted he had been there on an earlier occasion. He had been ousted in some intrigue, and he had come back and was vigorously cleaning up the butcher shops and forcing the cleanings of the maudis every spring, and behaving the way you would expect a good mayor to behave. And he was an Isfahani, so this was seen as a great blessing, because generally the Shahdars in the post-war period had been imposed. And the feeling about the Shah in Isfahan was that he didn't like Isfahan, that he was like the Qajars. They didn't like Isfahan either, because of the rivalry with Tehran, all of the regional jealousies and so were expressed. Well, I spent the first year learning Persian, meeting people, doing formalities, that is, going to the opening of all the new factories. So a new canning factory, and I would go and examine the factory and learn all about canning. And you would, of course, meet all the people. Milk pasteurizing plant, new spinning mills for Isfahan, and so on. And going to ceremonial occasions, religious occasions too. So there was no division at that time. It was perfectly normal to be a part of the religious celebrations, not the mourning period, but anything else. And Isfahan at that time was a very active Sufi center, and there was let's see if I can remember who it was. It was a great poet who was still active, who was a Ni'matullahi. And he had a huge following, and he would have, on the occasion of Ni'matullahi's Vali, the Mahan person's death, where I forgot, I think this is, in that time it was in the spring, it was a beautiful occasion. They had these meetings in a huge mosque up in the Bazaar region. See if I can remember which one. I can't recall. But at any rate, the entire occasion was reading Sufi poetry, including the Ni'matullahis. So it was beautiful, you know, and the warmth and there was no antipathy. You know, there was simply. In fact, in the 2 years that I was in Isfahan, I went to every mosque, every shrine, every madrasa, and one of the things I did there was to do a study of the bazaar over a year's period. And I photographed every shop and every caravanserai and every mosque. And I visited all of these places, and there was only one place where there was any hostility, and it was a shrine way in the poorest section, in which some religious person of the 15th century had a tomb, and the women would come in, tie a piece of cloth, but it was reserved for cure of disease and things of this sort. So it was a very superstitious place, obviously. There were a lot of totemism, tying things and tearing pieces of cloth, these manifestations. And it was in a very poor area, within a poor area. It was very hard to get to, so it was like penetrating the Holy of Holies. And there was some sense of, what are you doing there, since you have no petition to make? If I had had a petition, I'm sure it would have, and it was women mostly. So that was the only time in Isfahan that I had any sense of feeling that I was intruding, or that I had no business to be there. This was the time, of course, that all of the mosques in Isfahan, the great mosques, were being repaired. So the great work of the Isfahani craftsmen was very much there, and it was the beginning of the opening of tourism, and it was also the revival, from all I learned at the time, of religious teaching. In the madrasa, for example, so that they had all of the students' rooms in that lovely mosque were filled with students. It wasn't just an architectural exhibit. It was a functioning madrasa, and there were various teachers expounding on various parts of the religious curriculum. But again, there was no sense of intruding if you went to visit and questioned about points of doctrine, so on and so forth. And it was a very open situation. And it was glorious because physically, because the great tile makers were working on minute repairs, and the silversmiths were putting new silver doors on and every craft was being revived, and it was a sense of pride within the city. Well, we were very close we had very close friends in Isfahan who were Iranians, and most of our friends, not all, but most of our friends had Western connections. They had studied at some point in Europe. Their children were in America or in England or France, and they were wealthy enough to travel, and they were doing things that many of which they had tennis courts, they had swimming pools in some cases, although in Isfahan it was very modest and very concealed. Not obviously religious attitudes were part of it, but Isfahanis are very protective of their wealth anyway. They're not ostentatious in any way. There was a division between Tehran authority and Isfahan. I mean, reflected in the great pride of the local mayor. There was great disdain for Farzanagan and the succeeding governors general because they came from other places and were of lesser family. So I became very keenly aware of family distinctions and relationships and the questions of if someone is a clean or dirty person. That was a concept that I very quickly appreciated between clean and dirty. It was a term that was used constantly, and that had every manifestation physically as well, but more importantly, it was moral.
Did they use the term kasif?
Yes. I mean, literally. And of course, the metaphors for the Isfahanis they have many. They're very funny people and very ingenious about praising or insulting. But I found at least the people we were acquainted with extraordinarily concerned about moral questions. And it became very evident to me that political judgments were also very deeply embedded. That those who were making moral judgments were very politically active, even if there was no politics. So, but there was a lot of politics there as well. There's a stronghold of Jabhe Mali people, and some of our friends were members of that group actively. Boraman's one family. But there were many others. And the spectacle, I saw them march when there was a moment of free elections one day, and then they were arrested right in front of my eyes by Savak. So, and these were people of the gentlest, most humane sort. So, and of course, I had met the Savak people in the formal occasions. Yeah. And the whole idea of a secret police in a country which was new to me was brought home as a sense of intrusion, fear, arbitrariness. And the other manifestations of politics were among the laborers, particularly in the spinning mills, of which there were 22, I think, at the time. And they had a union, and this was the first complication that I became aware of American policies, that aid programs had sent labor experts, and the labor experts inevitably saw as a solution unions. Unions and government control are antithetical, obviously. And here you had Savak's efforts to control the unions, and they would always arrest people who disagreed, and they would go to jail, they'd be beaten up. And so the beginnings of the sense of this kind of arbitrary control of things became evident. And it was clear that the Savak person or persons in Isfahan were deeply distrusted and hated and seen as unclean. And they did dirty things. Not only, it wasn't a question simply of beating people up or arresting them in the night, but it was also the practices of seduction and bribery and so on and so forth, all of the devices. Isfahan was a very good place for me because one of the attractions of being there was to travel throughout the consular district, and for us the consular district was all of Iran, southern Iran, really from Qom to the Gulf. So I traveled in every corner of Iran, Makran, Baluchistan, to Bandar Abbas, Chabahar, Jast, all of those places, out to the islands, Hormuz, Lengay, Adao, and the Persian Gulf, one over to the other side. And then, of course, Bushir and the old pearl fishing cities, which were absolutely magnificent. Now, this was at a time where there were no paved roads, so it was all by difficult Jeep and Land Rover, or by horse or foot. What? Well, I mean, to Bandar Abbas, which is a major route, it was a very difficult highway. I mean, you would go through riverbeds for hundreds of kilometers, and if it rains, you had to wait. And the main form of transport still, I mean, you could see trucking having an effect with camel caravans in that part of Iran. And along the Gulf, of course, there were huge herds of camels that were breeding, and the life that was a very different life. It was totally different. And the life in the ranges of mountains behind the Gulf were primitive beyond belief. It was just so cut off, and there was a world of centuries difference between Isfahan and Tehran. Even the road between Isfahan and Tehran was not yet paved. So it took 8 to 10 hours to drive, and you'd be covered with dust for it. And the main road between Isfahan and Shiraz was not paved, and you would be covered with dust. And anything beyond that was ruts and just camel and donkey tracks that you were going through. Lorries you'd see 9 or 10 paths where they would choose a route that had the least number of gullies. And inevitably, as you know, in Iran, you could find these wrecks where they had collided, where there was no road and there was no reason to be on the same path, but they would manage to do it. I went on tribal migrations, Isfahan having a number of the khans, lesser khans, because the major ones were in prison. They were friends. In fact, we lived in the house of one of the Bakhtiars, Yahya Khan, and he rented his 3 of his houses to the consulate. But we lived in his house on the Mojas, the square, and it was a lovely house with a view of things and very civilized in his way. He also had a village up in Bakhtiar country where we visited. But at any rate, one of his brothers and some of his cousins arranged for migration. So I went on the migration into Khuzestan from across the mountains. It was a glorious trip over several weeks. And I did a lot of that. Camel patrols in Baluchistan. So I had a sense of village life. I became very interested in what the village structure was, and I became very interested in archaeology and the various earlier cultures. I went to, of course, the Achaemenid monuments many times, but every tepe in Iran yields shards, of which I have probably a few hundred pounds in this house. But so it was total immersion. And after 2 years there, I felt I knew a great deal about some of the aspects of Iran. Certainly, family life in Isfahan. I knew the major. We'd come to know the major families from the Qajar regime, and as well as the governmental officials and so on. And we came to know the major families in Shiraz because it was part of our official business. And the tribal leaders, and the new intelligentsia, the Western train, was the natural orbit, and so it's doctors and the new university professors and so on. There are people my own age in many cases. So we went to Tehran, and my job was to work as the ambassador's assistant in the first instance, and so my life became more official. There were more courtly things to be done. We had to go to the Shah's court and so on. Now, I'd met the Shah a number of times in Isfahan. So part of the rituals were the Shah would come with a royal visitor or a distinguished visitor to Isfahan as one of the tours of Iran. And in that period, the Shah came with the Queen of England and Philip, with the Crown Prince of Japan, King Hussein. There were 2 other occasions. And so we would meet him, and we'd chat and so on and so forth, and we had some sense of recognition, even at my stage of things. And Alam was with him, and a few of the others. These were marvelous occasions. I recall when the Queen of England came, they painted the entire route. All of the Kuche walls, the mud brick walls, were painted blue, because it was said that the Queen liked blue. So all of Isfahan had been painted blue. Many Isfahani jokes. And the glorious arches that were made, grumbling by the factory owners who were ordered by the Governor General to build an arch. If you don't build an arch, there were threats, obviously, so they had to build an arch, and they had to make contributions. They had to lay down carpets, but it was glorious because the entire Chahar Bagh is paved with mosques, and the Chahel Satoon was covered in magnificent carpets and great banquets and so on. There was one occasion, and again this is the Queen, where they in the Chahel Satoon they decided to build a bathroom for the Queen on the grounds that she had to have somewhere. And it was placed in the middle of. Have you been in Chahel Satoon? And you know where the paintings are of Shah Abbas's victory over the Turks. They built one right there, and a wall and so on, and it was an entire bath. Had a bath, bidet. Anyway. So the courtly life, I had some sense of that. But in Tehran it was salams. So we had salams in Isfahan, which were mini versions of the salams in Tehran, and the presentation of the diplomatic corps and the compliments back and forth in brief words with each. It was, the sense of a court, and I could see that it was very important to them. There's no informality. It was very formal. I didn't like that kind of. It wasn't interesting to me. I found it very boring. And my real interest in Iran was as a diplomat, as someone whose work was to observe and describe Iran, was what people were thinking. My own generation, books, ideas. The thinkers, what was happening in the countryside, the change was happening in front of my eyes. I could see that. You had to be an idiot not to understand the change. And being a fierce constitutionalist myself, constitutionalism was very attractive to me. Just that I found the intensity of idealism among Iranian constitutionalists wonderful. It was so idealistic and so attractive intellectually, and it seemed to be the one solid point of that had an Iranian, purely Iranian nature to it. Is that the 1906 Constitution seemed to reflect all the structure of society. In fact, they were enumerated in the articles. And the idea that it's a borrowing from Belgium, or perhaps from the French Revolution or from the American Revolution, is very superficial, because the idea of having limits to action through law is a perfectly human achievement, accomplished by all peoples of any consequence. And this seemed to me a solid piece of work, and that those who were pursuing that vein, in my view, reflected the best in Iran. They happened to be my friends, but they had thought it through, and they had suffered. They understood this. It had a historical basis. Further, in the embassy, someone who helped me with Persian, and also with my official duties of meeting officials and what happened, was Ali Pasha Saleh, who was the brother of Aliyar and John Shah, and there's one other brother, I think, who... No, Aliyar, there's Ali Pasha, but there's a fourth brother who I met, and there are many sons. But at any rate, they're a Kashan family. And I hadn't known very much about Kashan. I knew the bazaar in Kashan, but they have a lovely village outside of, between Kashan, up in the mountains, beyond Feen. And it's a beautiful, absolutely beautiful place. And here I could see the old Iran, you know, the absolute devotion of the villagers to this a tiny village, and it could not exist except for the Sales. They had no, there was no basis, economic basis, but it was a paradise. And the enlightened civilization that was clearly implicit there, education among the villagers, care, gradual adaptation of the benefits of technological civilization were coming, and they were bringing it in a well thought out way. It was a kind of civilized land reform, you might say. But the stories that I had heard about Mossadegh as a landowner, and seeing the Sales functioning in what appeared to be the same ways, I began to make connections and so on. But at any rate, at that time, many of the younger students, the people my age who had come from the United States, who were active in plan organization, who were doing things, going into the villages, starting new industries, had decided they wanted to build a new Iran, were constitutionalists. And many of the more active were Jabhat Milli. And those who were not, because they're not disinterested, they're not political in that way, were very sympathetic. And it's certainly my feeling that in the early 60s, had there been an openness on the part of the regime, these people would have flourished, and they would have been the leaders of Iran. What happened clearly was that there was no place to go politically, so they simply either devoted all their energies to making money, doing some things in government, normal things, or left, or went to jail in the extreme cases like Natim Daftari and what have you. But it was they were a sizable group of extraordinarily attractive, intelligent people, numbering many thousands, and it was a kind of renaissance. It was an amazing group. They were in the universities, and they were terribly, what do I say, peaceful. You know, there was no sense of violence. In fact, the violent way was rejected, utterly rejected. For me, my interest was traveling everywhere, and I enjoyed that. And I would take my Iranian friends with me because they didn't travel in many cases. They had never seen many of these things. So, and I'm happy to say that many of them got hooked on seeing many of. But that's normal for any. The time one sees one's own city is when visitors come, and you're forced to do it. So there's something of that. But I would go with them to their home villages and strange places like Sabzavar. Then I went on trips to Kurdistan. We had a consul up there named Eagleton who knew the Kurds very well from his duties in Iraq. He was consul in Iraq. He's now ambassador in Damascus. And so I visited all the Kurdish leaders. And we had this funny business. Savak was chasing us everywhere, wondering. He had told them he was doing this, but it was the sensitivity to different groups. I mean, that was evident. And the whole idea that perhaps there was interfering in internal affairs and so on. So I became aware of that fear on the part of the regime that there were disloyalties of one kind or another. And in fact, there weren't. There were not. There was none of the groups that I met in all the time I was there, the 5 years I was there, did I see anything that said the Shah had to go. The most extreme point of view was reign, not rule. Is that let us have a share in our country. Is that we need a king. We've always had a king. Be a king. It was that kind of business. Certainly, the more you went out of Tehran to the edges of things, the sense of the regime was inconsequential, except where there were Savak places and so on, where it was intruding. It was like the old days. He was many days away, except in a few places at airports. And issues and problems were settled in their own way. So in the provinces, the further away, the happier in some respects, even if poor. Certainly from the point of view of governance. And this was the time before the great oil revenues. And it was a time when Iran was still heavily dependent on U.S. aid money. And there the question became very evident to me was our role. We had a dominant role at that point. And we had such a confused picture of what we were doing there. And it was partially because there were so many groups and people doing things of one kind or another. There were the traditional missionary educators and so on. There was were pursuing improving health, bettering the universities, sometimes intelligently, other times with great violence, not understanding the strengths of what was there, in imposing Dick and Jane on and getting rid of Sadi and Hafez, which I thought was a great loss. But they were able to deal with that. The huge military presence, I found, it was huge. It grew when I was there, and it seemed to satisfy the Iranian military. Clearly, the first Azerbaijan day that I went to, the parade in Isfahan, was comic opera. Its military quality was, abysmal. But in a matter of a few years, it had changed to magnificent competence of one kind or another. As a military group, they were becoming superb. So there were military purposes, and then the intelligence people had their relationships with Savak, and that was a troubling relationship because what Savak was doing and the identification of the United States with Savak was becoming more and more an identity rather than simply an advisory role. And this was causing problems. And of course, in the aid, simply economic aid, there were arguments about debt payments. And debt payment was the reason that Ali Amini collapsed. There was a crucial moment where if there had been a debt extension, Ali Amini would have survived, and he was pushing for a more open government, and this was right at the moment of so-called White Revolution, and it was his relationship with Arsanjani, some dynamic ministers. the question of elections, the beginnings of restiveness about the Americans, particularly the military presence on a legal basis, the whole idea of status of forces agreements and capitulations were identified. And it was because the question was that a crime against a person, whether it's a rape or an auto accident, these everyday affairs would not receive in Iranian courts justice. And in some cases that was true, but it raised the question of why do you need a separate justice? Why don't you help us have justice? The questions were being asked. And then, of course, for most of the Americans, the insensitivity to capitulations in the late 19th century and the whole idea of legal sovereignty was completely missed. So the loan to the Amini government was far more than a debt extension. It was really whether to support the opening politically or to support the Shah unequivocally. And they sided with the Shah. Now there had been a continuing argument among the American policymakers about Savak repression, opening up the political process, that there were feelings that Iran was still unstable, that the Shah himself was weak as a personality. And the argument became ad hominem, you're for or against the Shah, rather than an analysis of what the country as a whole looks like and where it was going and what the dynamics of all of this movement and change and this new education and these tens of thousands of highly intelligent, capable people, what role were they going to play? Were they just to be functionaries, or did they have a stake in running their country? And how was the Shah going to fit into this? And what responsibilities did the United States have in their advice to the Shah, which they gave freely, but the Shah sought. And after all, the relationship between the Shah and the United States was very fundamental. You have to look at the quality of the American ambassadors. There are those who understood Iran intuitively or understood the Shah's character, I think performed a service, but there are very uneven periods in that's another kind of question altogether. Well, I suppose because of the positions I had over the 25 years or so with Iran, that I've seen most, if not all, of the leaders of Iran. And I've had the chance to see and keep in touch with a number of them all the way through. Yes, but the reasons are I just like them. It's I admire them in some ways. They're children of the friends of my children, or so my two sons were born in Iran, and so we've seen a family grow up, and so I've been selective in that way. And officially, I've seen until the end of the regime, the Shah, and his group, when they have come to Washington or in Iran, when we went on trips there, and had a chance to see what they were doing, what they looked like, and what their views have been. So I'd have to say that my involvement is both has been official and formal, and purely personal and accidental. I couldn't get away from the involvement if I wanted to. So it's, but the people I found extraordinarily interesting, because they are people like Ebtahaj and Amini, who had so many sides to them. Just as human beings, they're such interesting people, and demonstrated such marvelous characteristics of human behavior. But there's such a variety that, you know, my closest friends are my own age, or a little older. Habib knows them, but it includes people like Sirus Ghani, and who's we are very close friends, but our friendship is based on Shakespeare, and it's based on baseball and American politics, and collecting books. He has the greatest private collection in the world of Iranian books. I don't know if you know that. Where? It's in New York and London. Yeah, I think it is the best, and I think I spurred him to start it because I have a pretty good collection myself. It's no longer anywhere near as good as his. Oh, well, maybe you're the best. I don't know. And he collects miniatures and so on. He's way out of my league in those things. But again, we share a lot. And there are people. Well, like I don't know what's happened to your namesake, Hairi Yazdi. But I was
out of favor.
Oh well, I'm sure he's out of favor. But he's, I just found him an absolutely delightful human being, a man of great learning and great humor. I thought, terribly funny man. And then Shal Bakhash and Hale, his wife. And we had a doré in Iran. We used to see each other. There were about 9 or 10 people, and it was an interesting grouping of families from all over. Some of the Farmayans and people from Shiraz and Isfahan and so on. And I know Shapur Bakhtiar and his group, Mir Fendereski and Boramand, of course, who's a close friend. But it's mainly because I like them. So there's nothing more complicated than that. But there are people like Dariush Homayun, who I like enormously. I've always liked Dariush because I think he's a brilliant mind and an absolutely dispassionate analyst. He has a marvelous ability to see accurately, and even if he himself is doing the opposite. And he knows that he's doing the opposite. And he's an interesting human being, very interesting. And I even find Ardashir Zahidi and those people interesting too. But
Did you know Zahidi personally?
Oh yes, yeah. And Dariush's wife is Zahedi's sister. So, although that marriage is late, but these things come in stages. They're very different levels. They're little people, so as far as prestige or power in Isfahan and so on, that they were very devoted to.
What are some of your observations of the political events that took place at that particular time you were in Iran? So many things happened. It would be interesting if you say something about the local politics or the tension between the local politics and the central government, if you have any observations.
Well, there's a great deal of tension. All of the intricacies of political activities were obviously closely understood by anyone who was interested, including the king and the people in the court. They would know in detail about what so and so, whether it was a Saleh or a Sadeghi, or they would know, or a Bazargan. They would know what they were doing, and it was a compulsion. And whatever it was they were doing, they didn't like it because they were doing something. It was a threat because I think psychologically, probably because of the relationship to Mossadegh. Someone who had risen above and displaced. That anything that related to that was somehow a defeat. It's related to a defeat or a humiliation, and that has to be part of the explanation. And that's, in human terms, that's always difficult to overcome. It's the revenge and the sense of insecurity that a loss of that kind brings upon a man is never really overcome. That has to explain some of it. But even the people had nothing to do with that. Anyone who was not in a subservient position was a threat. Any kind of independence that was not submissive, that became a characteristic. So there was certainly a deeper... I better get that, just excuse me. But the intricacies of the first parties in the late 59 and then 60, the Melayoun party and goodness, what was the other? Mardom Melayoun, yes. And how people decided whether they would be a Mardom or a Right. But I think the answer to your initial question is that this was an era of personal politics. I mean literally, they were the persons. It was never the idea of large voting blocks organized in anything that looked like a party was only evident in about 1963 when the National Front had a Congress in which they put forth a platform, and they had the spectrum of views from Bazargan to, I suppose, who would be furthest on the left, I suppose Foruhar was the furthest on the left at that point. Only because he had been a labor minister, I suppose. Along with Bakhtiar, but he was not as far left because he was a tribal person. So, and then Sadeghi and Saleh and the middle of the road types. But their numbers as far as political organization was only in the thousands, and they were mostly university and professional people. And certainly the Rastakhis or Mansour's efforts were nothing. I mean, there's nothing. They were only behind a personality, and they were there because there was nothing else. This wasn't a structure. Although the idea of taking advantage of the technocrats and the educated seemed to be a solidifying force, but it was a natural grouping anyway. So it really, all through the period until the urban guerrillas, was personality, individuals, and they were easy to keep track of, I suppose, by the Shah. But in saying that, there was very little engagement between them, even though there were attempts at discussions, usually on matters of imprisonment. But so you'd have to say there's no political life at all, except those things that people would occasionally have at great risk, until they decide to go underground completely. And it's a pity.
What were some of the issues that were of concern to the Isfahanis, to the politicians in Isfahan, that were not in accordance with the views, with the issues that were discussed in Tehran? I mean, what were some of the major points of contention between the two cities, between the politicians of the two cities?
Oh, well, I think the major feeling was that Tehran was extracting from Isfahan money, and they were getting nothing in return, and that they were interfering with their own control and growth and so on. It was they were old arguments that the Isfahanis know better than Tehran what to do in Isfahan, and if they'd leave us alone, we'd be richer, and everyone would be happier. Let our own people do it. And so politically, the argument became, let Isfahanis represent Isfahan in Tehran. Don't impose from Tehran. Let us be involved. We have issues which we can speak to ourselves, and we'd like to be a part of the government. And their own tradition of being involved in the constitutional revolution. And the idea of distinctness, that they're different. And you find that everywhere in Iran anyway. They're proud of being from somewhere else. And that's good. There's nothing wrong with that. But as far as the arguments of state, high policy, international relations, the Isfahanis didn't worry about that. They had views, but those were not the questions. The questions really had to do with about their involvement in politics that concerned themselves. And that was a common issue throughout Iran, I thought. And to choose their own leaders, let them make their own judgments about who should represent them. I suppose, was, again, that sense of trust and law-abiding. The idea of a Tehran-imposed Ostendar was certainly difficult. But that wasn't a major question. It was a structural one, but not an intellectual one. When you pose the question that way, it reduces the gravity of the questions to a few, just to one, which is participation. I mean, that seems to be the major question. Why don't you let us participate in our destiny? Why don't you trust us? And it's the dignity, I suppose, the question of why can't we be a part of the same thing without being subservient? The uprightness of...
Were you involved in any of the major political figures, both, well, first in Isfahan? You mentioned that.
Yes, sure.
What are some of your observations?
Well, they were so-called major political figures because they were they were from major families or occupations, or they were the natural leaders given the society. And what that implies is not simply having a genealogy that they can trace, but having a fortune, money, and taking advantage of their position with a certain vitality, and they do reflect vitality. I mean, the last shreds of the previous dynasty, the Qajars, was Saramadole. Yeah, he was a governor. He was the Ostendar of Isfahan under the Qajars, and he was still alive. And he was thought to be very pro-British. A man about whom there were many tales that he had murdered his mother, or caused his mother to be murdered in his sight. Terribly brutal and rapacious, but you would never know it. He was the most elegant, courteous, civilized human being you'd ever meet. And remarkably talented children, some of whom became murderers, some of whom were great social workers, in the community. And then, yes, one of the sons was a murderer. Yes, murdered again. It was some murdering his wife or something like that. But people of enormous scale. Then there are the Nikpeh, Gholam Reza, who was shot by the Khomeini group, the mayor. His father, Izaz, was a minister in Ghavam Sultan's government. And he was related, he was a Qajar, of course, and in the orbit of the old ways, and lovely old house, and a few villages that were just beautiful beyond belief. Had married at the age of 75 a Swiss wife of about 20. And it was a real love affair. It was interesting. It was just they were very fond of each other. And he was very kind, and he sought to show me the old Iran. And it was a lovely beautiful experience. But the major families were those with new energy out of the Bazaar, the Amin family. Reza Amin, who was his father, Haji Amin, was a Bazari of the an old style, but very elegant in the old way. And Reza, of course, was a nuclear physicist and a man of great competence and ability. So they were a prominent family and invested well in the cement factory and other factories of one kind or another. And their various relatives around that nexus. Then there were all the Kazarunis had various mills and so on. There were dirty Kazarunis and clean Kazarunis. Yes. But all of these families were involved in politics in one way or another because they were the dominant, most powerful people just by income and activity and so on. And they were close to the mullahs, even the dummy Imam Jomeh appointed who was not the most important mullahs, obviously, in any city, but they all had their relationships, and they would make contributions to the mosques and to the upkeep and for the poor and things of this sort. Or for the Jose's and the morning parades and all of that. And I saw all of that in Isfahan, and sure, with the great Hosseiniye business, which is.
They have a procession.
Oh yeah.
And then these important families would also participate.
They would pay for it, No, their servants would participate, but no, they would watch, and the wives would go and mourn and at the rosés, I guess, But I thought it was beautiful. I was interested too, and they took great pride in doing it well. It was, as a ritual, it was very, very interesting. And then seeing them in the villages was interesting too, because their variation for all kinds of other stories would creep in, and usually from Shahnameh, they'd be totally un-Islamic, but.
Was there ever a time when you had conflicting feelings about what was going on, or your own perception about the situation in Iran and what the American embassy or the ambassador perceived to be?
Oh yes, almost all the time.
Sure.
Yeah, it's that. No, my view was that it was in the American interest to encourage the Shah to open up and to accept particularly the Western educated groups, and that there was every reason to do that. They were the most competent, they were pro-Western, that they were law-abiding, there's constitutional, there was every argument for doing it, and it was insane not to. And the counter-argument was, it's not our country, the Shah's in control, we can't know enough, we don't know enough about what would happen if he lost control, that communists might take over and so on and so forth. So it was an argument of saying, it's easy to deal with what we have, we know this quantity, and there are uncertainties that would be at risk. And my argument would go further, that in a countering to this is to say, well, you do know what's happening. The country's changing. These are different people than their fathers. They have enormous capacity. If it's not used constructively, it'll be used destructively. And that if you really believe in democracy, and since we are so heavily involved, it isn't a case of we're just observers. Is that we are partially responsible because of the chain of events, some of which were not of our choosing, but we have a role, we have influence, and by doing nothing, that's a choice. I mean, it isn't it has consequences to do nothing. Whereas Italy is simply there as it doesn't matter what they think, and if they do nothing, it doesn't matter. But if we do something or do nothing, it does matter in Iran. And at that point, it was certainly true. And I think it was true right up until the end. My view was that we should be unafraid of saying what we believe in and encourage the Shah to move in those directions, and that it was nothing, that it did not have serious risks, that it would strengthen the relationship. But I think the other view prevailed because of a lack of knowledge of Iran. That's it, and the unwillingness to risk going into areas they didn't know about, and so my position was that all the way through. I mean, right to the end, because I was asked in Carter's time when I was in the Senate to what my views were, and I told them. I said, same message. I said you can't be for human rights unless you're for political participation of people who believe in human rights. Is that, well, and again, the response was, I mean, it was a complicated one, is we have to deal through the Shah. The Carter administration was in great difficulty because the people who were most involved in the Middle East, that is Vance, and were sympathetic, I think Vance was sympathetic to opening up the political process in Iran. He was busy with the Arab-Israeli dispute, and so was the Assistant Secretary Saunders, who was also very sympathetic. And they were not, and Brzezinski. So the old habit of saying the Shah is the way was simply followed. And the Shah and Carter personally got along, I guess, on just the way heads of state tend to, because they're heads of state. And the Shah is a very attractive man in many ways. I found him so. Is that he's a man of many accomplishments, with an interesting person in many ways. And he would be, I would think, to most people. And attractive wife, and a lot of economic. It was the economic wonder of the world.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, now I've just been to the United Arab Emirates several times, and what's happened there is unbelievable. I saw Abu Dhabi in 1960 from a dhow, mud huts, and now it's the most spectacular city, like beyond any place on earth. There's no poverty. The society is totally transformed. all within 10 years. And it's still ruled by the sheikhs.
Those sheikhs seem to be wiser.
Some of them are, yeah. But it's, it's only 10 years. And everyone has the highest per capita income in the world, and everyone has a Mercedes or at least one Mercedes, and air-conditioned house, and the children are going to university, and they still have camels. No one works. So it's a rentier society. What's going to happen? I mean, it's everything that happened in Iran as far as the boom, but squeezed in 10 years. I mean, it happened in Iran over 70 years, the change.
Were you disillusioned with the American policies in Iran?
Disillusioned. Well, I had thought that we were making a very a huge mistake, and I won't say disillusioned. I was terribly disappointed that they didn't see it the way I saw it. But I have to think that it was my own failure to persuade. Something to do with it. But no, I think it's very human what happened, because in particular, it's very American. As if it works, don't fix it. It's what happened in the U2. Do you know this? Well, in the late 50s, from 1955 to 60, we had an airplane. It's called the U2, which could fly very high, above 70,000 feet, 80,000 feet, and photograph the Soviet Union. And it was the way we kept track of missiles and so on. And it became clear that the Soviets had developed anti-aircraft that could shoot it down, because the old anti-aircraft was effective only up to 60,000 feet. So they developed one which went up 100,000 feet or something. So the logic was, if they have a gun, they'll shoot it down. And the government said, they haven't shot it down yet, so we'll keep flying them. And the Soviets did shoot one down in Georgia. It was not far from Iran. And they captured the pilot. They found it was a spy airplane taking photographs. And Eisenhower, who was president, denied that it was taking place, and then Khrushchev held up a piece of the airplane, and the pilot confessed, and it's terribly embarrassing. But we've gone on from that. Now we have satellites, and both sides say this is all right, and that it's a good thing rather than a bad thing. But it's the fallacy of, if it works, don't change it, even if the evidence is that it's going to fall down. Well, the disappointment for me was that we didn't put enough value in our own beliefs to stand by them. That we're anti-communist, and that's understood. Why can't we be for Democrats, for democracy? We believe in our own system, particularly in a country that wanted to go that way. And gently. It wasn't a case of radical change. It was very gradual. That was all that was required in Iran, I thought. It wasn't a revolution. Although I was of the view that Iran was in a revolutionary state.
What?
Yes. In the sense that it had started in 1890 with the tobacco revolution, and that it was a country trying to find its own equilibrium, and that all of these explosions along the way were, there was coup, counter-coup, but there was one constant, and it had to do with constitutionalism. And that even now, with Khomeini, he has a constitution. You can't escape that. And that what constitutionalism implies is the same thing as fundamentalism, namely equity. The fundamentalism is simply, or is a non-institutional way of expressing that's primitive. It's saying we want a fair deal. We want justice. We want respect for family. We want dignity. And it's unformed. Constitutionalism is the next stage where it's formed. And the tragedy is that fundamentalism sweeps away or tends to complexities. And the complexity that Iran had formed for itself is constitutionalism. So it's not quite swept away. And it's not necessarily inconsistent, although religious fundamentalism can be. Clericalism, which I think is very temporary and alien to the Iranian society, really. I don't see how puritanical clericalism can persist. I mean, it's just not in the nature of Iranians, I don't think, even for mullahs. Do you?
No, you know how this is. Mullah appears one way and behaves another.
Well, that's all human beings. But yes. Mm.
The end of the session, and thank you very much. Memoirs of Mr. William Miller, March 25, 1985, Medford, Mass. The interviewer is Shahla Hairi. Mr. Miller, let me begin by asking you about the previous ambassadors in Iran. In the order of their assignment, who were the ambassadors under which you served in Iran?
Well, I served very briefly under Wales, and then during Julius Holmes' tenure, I knew several of the succeeding ambassadors, but I didn't serve under them in Iran. So very briefly under Wales and Holmes.
Could you tell me the length of the tenure, please?
Well, Wales was only there for a few months at the end of 1959, and with the Kennedy administration, Holmes came to Iran as the ambassador, and he was there through 64.
Is it Julian Holmes?
Julius C. Holmes, yeah.
Please describe the background and particular characteristics of each of them.
Well, I didn't know Wales very well, mainly because he was ambassador in Tehran while I was in Isfahan, and so the geographical distance was the reason for not knowing him well. But I know him by reputation. He had a long familiarity with the area, and was thought to be sympathetic to the countries and peoples in the area. He was a career Foreign Service officer, diplomat. But during the time that he was there, he had a relatively low profile and was not regarded, it seems to me, as one of the dynamic ambassadors that the United States has had to Iran. But Holmes, on the other hand, was one of the very top American diplomats with a long and distinguished career. He had wanted to come to Iran at an earlier time, but had been prevented because of politics in Washington. He was a person who was highly intelligent, very skillful in the bureaucratic ways of the American government, and someone who was in charge of his embassy. He knew all the various elements that were involved and wanted to be in charge. He was a general in the Second World War, serving with Murphy, who was one of the key aides to Eisenhower, and he was involved in the landing in North Africa by submarine, and was all, he's a very dashing kind of person. I knew him quite well because his son was a close friend of mine. We entered the Foreign Service together, and we've been friends ever since. His son's now an ambassador in Portugal. He wanted to come to Iran because he thought Iran was important. It was not simply a random assignment. And he was sent there because Kennedy and Secretary of State Rusk thought that he would do a good job and had the stature to be able to relate to the Shah. That was seen as one of his qualities. He ran what might be described as a very tight ship as an embassy. He knew everything that was going on. He insisted that he know. He made it clear that the primary relationship with the Shah would be through him and not through others, as the military or other people, as had been the case in the past. And that he encouraged as full an activity by the embassy as possible, meaning that he wanted to be aware of the full range of Iranian opinion because he felt that was important. And while his own relationships were very close to the regime itself, he encouraged contacts, not only contacts, but deep knowledge of every sector of Iranian society. So he was an ideal ambassador, from my point of view, that he really wanted to know the nature of the country itself without being manipulative. I think he was the right kind of ambassador. He was very good with the officers in the embassy because he encouraged them to do their best, and he was very secure in his own personality, so that he would encourage bright people to do their work. He was never intimidated by anyone, either in Iran or in Washington. So he did it as he saw the situation. So I think he was a good ambassador, a very good one.
Why and in what sense was Iran important from his point of view?
Well, I think it was a classic Western and American view of Iran, that he thought that Iran had great strategic importance. He was very sensitive to the importance of Iranian oil. He was very sensitive to its geographical location near the Soviet Union. He understood the Persian Gulf interest for the West. But more important than that, I think he saw Iran as a great nation that should be allied to the West. He was very interested in its culture. He and his wife were great admirers of Persian art, and they collected a lot, as a matter of fact, and were very keenly interested in archaeology and monuments and so on, traveled a great deal to do that. No, I think they saw Iran as a major nation of the world that should be allied with the West, that was in our interests from every point of view. And I think he liked Iranians, had many Iranian friends in the circles that he naturally had to work in. I think he reflected Washington too. Washington believed, as he did, that Iran was vital because of its oil and geographic location, its population and historical importance. So he reflected Washington's view of Iran's importance.
In what way, if any, did the U.S. role in Iran change during the tenure of the ambassadors you served?
Well, what changed very crucially, I think, during that period was the strength of the Shah's regime. When I first came in 1959, it was clear that there was a great deal of uncertainty in his own confidence about being a Shah, and by the mid-60s, particularly after the Amini episode and also the exile of Khomeini, that and the beginnings of land reform, that his sense of what a Shah should do changed. It became less tentative and far more assertive in the direction of absolute rule. In that way it changed. The U.S. position towards Iran didn't change strategically. The attitude towards the Shah did, or the belief from uncertainty to certainty reflected his own change of thinking. That might be one way of putting it. Is that when he felt confident, the American position reflected that confidence. When he was uncertain, it reflected his uncertainty. So the identification of United States policy towards Iran with the moods of the Shah is an interesting parallel. On the other hand, the sense of other forces at work in Iran, other aspects of the Iranian polity, I think grew less sensitive. As the confidence in the Shah grew, the sensitivity to the nuances of Iranian politics grew more obtuse, which is a curious irony. The relationship between the ambassadors and the Shah were very intimate, in the sense there were regular meetings, quite frequent, and this was at the request of the Shah, in which they would confer about the state of the world and the state of Iran, so on and so forth. And this was the occasion to give advice and opinions and views, as well as to petition for or to conduct business between the two nations. But the Shah did this with any number of people, as you know, the British ambassador and other individuals who he turned to for advice, and he was always open, at least in the time that I observed it, to visiting journalists, wise men or experienced men of various kinds, whether it was from the great banks or journalism or the people who would come to Iran, the leaders of the world, for tourism or for other purposes. So,
how often would the U.S. ambassador have an audience with the Shah, and what were the usual items on their agenda?
Well, we've just covered that, but as has been indicated in any number of other places, Helms speaks of it in his book, and I think Sullivan talks about it in his book. I'm sure the records of the Ministry of Court would show the exact numbers, but it was quite frequent, at least every few weeks, and certainly no less than every month. But the nature of the meetings were there was so much business between Iran and the United States that they would conduct a lot of the formalities, because the government of Iran at that time was so highly centralized in the Shah himself, and there's no other way to get decisions or to conduct business except through the Shah, because that was the way the Shah ran the country. So that was the primary thing, and the degree of friendship or intimacy that might grow up between the ambassadors really depended on the personalities and probably the age and the politics of the individual ambassador, what have you, and the politics of the administration. I think the Kennedy administration was looked on somewhat suspiciously by the Shah and the court, at least initially, because of the attitudes of Kennedy himself and people like his brother Bobby Kennedy, who had come to Iran at an earlier stage with Justice Douglas, and they were known to have sympathized with the student opposition to autocratic rule. And the Kennedy White House had people who were very interested in the phenomenon of rising elites. The new men, I think, was the term they used at that point. And their natural interest was in people that from Iran who they had gone to universities with. And it was that identification, perhaps first time in Iran in that number, where there were the many students who went to the United States were coming into positions of influence in Iran, particularly in the plan organization and in the economic sphere, and to some extent the military, the rising officers who have been trained in the United States, and they in the United States identified with those younger people who were their classmates and they knew and shared discussions with and so on. So they were people like all of the Ebtahaj group, certainly, and some of whom became ministers and in one case prime minister for a short period. So I think there was an unease, but Holmes himself, being an older man, he was in his late 60s, and conservative in his own views, and a military man, softened some of the suspicion of the Kennedy administration. And I think his own views were were somewhat different than the views of the younger people in the Kennedy White House. So, and the Shah must have understood that.
In these meetings with the Shah, were Iranian domestic politics ever discussed?
Certainly insofar as they affected the United States, and very often Iranian politics did. But certainly the primary focus was on the U.S.-Iranian relationship, the question of political parties or internal political change and growth was of interest insofar as it affected stability. But or whether it was, in some cases, anti-American, whether some xenophobia of some kind. But in that period, there was not much of that. I think at the level of the ambassadors, certainly the exchanges were relatively formal and on matters that were of direct concern between the two countries. But there was a lot of business between the two countries. So it was in every aspect of Iranian life.
Which other U.S. officials would have regular audiences with the Shah?
Well, as I recall, there would be the military, and in some cases there would be meetings with the intelligence people. And there would be regular meetings on occasion with economic assistance people. It would depend on the time and the subject. The Shah seemed to ask for meetings with people who were in charge of rather large concerns of his, and turn to them for reports and advice on the basis of his own interests. That seemed to be the pattern. And he of course met regularly with other embassies to sound their views, and he seemed to be rather systematic about that, to get a sense of the views of the West, even some sense of embassies that were not so friendly.
What do you remember about the imprisonment of General Arami? It is said that he and Dr. Amini were attempting to get U.S. support for a new government. Can you shed some light on this?
This took place in '59. You know, this took place before I arrived, and I only learned of some of the details of it later, and largely from Iranians. And I'm very hazy on the details now, but if I recall correctly, the real issues will have to do with the acceptability of those who had Mossadegh sympathies at that point, and that may have been a test of how the Shah, the Americans, and so on reacted to that. There was a kind of litmus test, but I didn't, because that happened before I arrived, and really don't have any direct knowledge of that. But as I say, so many of these things that affected the internal Iranian situation, and particularly opposition politics, I learned mostly from Iranians, far more from the Iranians than I did from my own colleagues. But that's not surprising.
What about the charge that he and Amini were attempting to get U.S. support for a new government?
Well, I can't speak to General Garani because I didn't know him. But Amini I came to know personally to some extent, and also he was such a prominent figure during the time I was there. And I think genuinely his position was in the direction of the constitutionalists, and that he was not anti-Shah, he was for a better reflection of Iranian political interests in the government, that he wanted stability. He was certainly pro-Western in the sense that he saw Iran's security enhanced by that more than with any alignment with the Soviets. Certainly, he was anti-Soviet, and I think he could easily have gone in a direction of non-alignment if that, in his own calculations, would enhance Iran's stability. But at that point, it seems to me, he believed that a pro-Western, pro-American alignment was in Iran's interest. He had been in the United States, and he was very well known to the world of Western officials and what have you. He was very prominent himself. I think that his position, as I saw it directly and as others have told me about it, was trying to urge the Shah and to create political circumstances which would broaden the political base. That his role was always as a coalition builder. His approach, of course, depended on his own doorways and the people that he knew and had done business with politically. So his circle was certainly historically constrained. But he reached out to, it seemed to me, to the National Front and urged at critical points dialogue at a minimum, and involvement and participation on other occasions. I think he saw himself as, particularly later in his life, as a bridge between the old regime and the new. And he's a very dynamic character, and all of the Tawfiq characterizations of him were not only amusing, but there's some truth to them. There's a dynamism which and humor in the man which was very appealing and very clever. Yes, I would think he would easily be involved in movements at any point in that period with broadening the political base, but certainly not in a violent way. It would always have to be by consensus, by agreement, that it was a sensible thing to do. And he saw the Americans as having a very important role in achieving consensus.
What role, if any, did the U.S. Embassy play in the formation of the Milliyun and Mardom parties?
Well, again, this happened before I came, but I think the model of the United States political system was certainly in the Shah's mind and reinforced by Americans themselves. The Americans believed that their system was a good one, and that they also conversely believed that many parties was a bad idea, the French model or the Italian model, and that the American model and the British model, that is a party in power and a loyal opposition, would fit Iran. And many political scientists, so-called, and many Iranians who had studied in the United States or had served in the United States as diplomats or businessmen, what have you, were of that view. And so I think there's a basis for those who maintain that the Shah got the idea from the American and the British experience, that I think is fair to say, and was encouraged in it by the Americans. And there was certainly advice about how Americans set up parties and how they conducted politics. And but that was largely at the level of direct experience by Iranians themselves. The great problem of the Milliyun and Mardom parties is that they started with no political base at all. They were just personalities in the first instance. There's no, but I suppose the counter-argument is you have to start somewhere. And since most parties in Iran there's no such thing as a party except possibly the Tudeh. They were personality groups and old patterns of behavior, that the idea of party equaling Hezb, I don't think became a reality really until, for a moment perhaps in the Mossadegh period, but not until the Khomeini revolution. That's all on those two parties.
Mm-hmm. But did the U.S. play any role in the formation of them?
I don't think any direct role. There were, as I recall, there were advisors to the various ministries. You know, during the time I was there, and certainly in the post-war period, once there was a foreign assistance, there were advisors in all of the ministries, and they were asked for advice, and I'm sure that which I suppose was the Ministry of Interior that conducted the elections. There were advisors in the Ministry of Interior who were asked about how polling boxes were set up and how the election tallies were counted and how you prevent fraud, the technicalities of running elections. The business of nominations and reflecting the public will, anything like primaries or party conventions, of course, there was no analogy possible at that point. Although I'm sure people in a pure way or a theoretical way suggested such things. But the great Iranian reaction to the two parties was that they were simply selected by the Shah.
Was the idea formulated by the Shah himself, or was it suggested to him by the U.S. government?
Well, again, I don't know the answer to that. The best people would be Wales is dead, and Julius Holmes is dead. No, I from all I understand of it, I think it was a result of the Shah's own experience. That no doubt he was encouraged by the Americans to hold elections. Americans like elections because we believe in them ourselves, and that we believe that elections confer legitimacy, and legitimacy was a concern of the Shahs and of all those interested in Iran, and that having elections would help in the process of legitimacy. But from all I understand, the Shah saw it as an idea that would do that, and his advisors saw it that way, and the new generation of people who were becoming powerful in the Iranian bureaucracy also felt that way, and the universities, not to mention those who were constitutionalists, like the Mossadegh certainly were of that view that there should be parties permitted. Of course, they would not and did not subscribe to the Mardom Meliun as being anything like the parties they had in mind, or that they in fact reflected the Iranian will. And as you know, the National Front was allowed to participate for a few days, and when it became clear they would have popular support, they were not allowed to participate.
What was the popular party?
Yes, the short life. Although they were interesting, because I was there when that was part of my education, was seeing how quickly Iranian opinion would emerge, true opinion would emerge, if there was any freedom, political freedom of political organization or expression. There was no logical reason for the National Front to have the appeal and effectiveness that it did when controls were relaxed. But when they did emerge, and so in such a short time, with such intensity, it was clear to me that this was the real way that Iranians behave politically, and this is the direction they wanted to go, that was the real strength of political expression. And I think many of my colleagues saw that too, and they came to different conclusions perhaps than I did.
Your Iranian colleagues or your...
Well, I think, I would say my Iranian friends and my American colleagues, or my friends and colleagues in other embassies and so on, that they would be hardline or softline, as the case may be, but they were aware of the strength of the phenomenon, put it that way, and their views may be different. Were certainly different in many cases than mine. I saw it as a good thing that when I saw the emergence of this, I asked the next question, which seems to be perfectly sensible, is what do these people stand for? What do they want? What's their background? How do they behave? What sort of people are they as human beings? And I found them, for the most part, patriots, well-educated, desiring to better the life of their people. They were not autocratic for the most part. They believed in the democratic process. They were constitutionalists. They believed in the rule of law. I found that attractive. I would like to work with people like that. That was my preference, if I had any. Of course, I had no influence.
This question is actually a follow-up. What was the respective interests of the U.S. and the Shah in signing the bilateral military treaty?
Which treaty are you referring to?
I just was thinking of that, and I'm not quite sure, but maybe any bilateral treaty.
Well, the military relationships were, again, based on the belief that Iran was important for strategic reasons and its geographical location and its resources, its population, its influence in the area, and that it was a force for a potential force for stability in the area, and that having a strong military in Iran was a good thing because it would contribute to those purposes. And so the agreements that were concluded were really on that basis, and supplying weaponry and training and so on were aimed at creating an effective military. You'd have to go back to the early pacts in the Eisenhower period, the CENTO notion, or MEDO at that point. And there the northern tier was seen as a containment of the Soviet Union. And while that treaty alliance never became a reality because of the collapse of Iraq and other turbulence, particularly in the Arab world, the idea never was dismissed. The idea of having strong states, Turkey, Iran, Pakistan, India, became a great difficulty for the United States, although having a strong India was very important. All of this was seen as desirable, and Washington tended to see strong military establishments as the primary means of stability. And that was one policy argument, certainly in the academic world and also in the policy world of Washington, that military stability or security or strength was not the same thing as political stability. And I was of the view that while it was important to have a strong army, a strong military, and effective police, all of this is perfectly sensible for a modern nation, and needn't be hostile, or it should have benign purposes. But the most important thing was to develop sound political institutions, justice, political participation, and sound economy that benefits the most possible people. But that was where the real work needed to be done, and where Iran seemed to want to go. At least its emerging leaders believed that. Although increasingly the economic aspect of it became the only approach, partially because those who were given power and responsibility were economists, and those who were politicians were repressed. So the political aspect of it diminished increasingly over time, which was a pity, tragedy. And I would say was one of the major reasons that Iran got itself into the difficulties it found itself in.
Was it in any way encouraged in this policy in a move away from a political freedom towards more economic and military relationships with the U.S.? Was it in any way encouraged by the U.S. policy?
There were occasions where there was an effort away from the military. Emphasis, yes, because the amounts of money that were being spent, there were increasingly disputes between the United States and Iran about the expenditure of its resources, and that too much money was being spent on unneeded weaponry rather than devoting it to economic development. With the same argument we have in our own government, that we have, in my view, too large expenditure on military weapons. But that's not every nation seems to have that argument. And in the case of Iran, certainly in the period when oil revenues were low, it was compelling that too much money was being spent on the military and not enough in the economic sector. So once the oil revenues quadrupled in the early 70s, it ceased to be a problem, at least for a time. But even then, the expenditures were, in the view of many military planners, way beyond the requirements. But one could make arguments within the economic sector itself that there were misallocation of priorities, so that not enough was spent on urban development, not enough was spent on rural development. So having gone into the land reform, much more effort had to be made for political reasons to be sure that resources could be given to the villagers, and that was a great failing. The whole plan organization was geared, at least initially, towards industrialization and large showy projects rather than long-term education, rural development, dealing with the urban poor, in health, communications. Although communications in the last 10 years of the Shah's regime were astounding in its accomplishment. But one would have to say the urban poor problem was a failure, the rural development was a failure. And certainly anything that went in the direction of institution building was far from successful. But the military developed a very effective Army, Navy, Air Force.
Very effective.
Yeah, I mean, by the measurements of the quality of the force itself, it was just in the revolution. It wasn't trained to be a counter-revolutionary army. It was really aimed at fighting possible wars with Iraq, or slowing the Soviets down, or maintain the integrity of its borders. That was the usefulness of the army. But I doubt that any army would be effective against a revolution. A genuine revolution, which that was, at least for a few days.
Very good. A number of former Iranian officials are accused of being U.S. agents. Did any Iranian officials fit this description? Without naming names, what light can you shed on this discussion?
I don't think I should answer the question at all, but I suppose the definition of an agent is someone who is in the pay of a foreign power and serves the interests of the foreign power. I don't think I should answer the question at all. That's except to say this, that the interests of Iran from a purely patriotic Iranian point of view were sufficient to, in most cases, to have a close relationship with the United States. There was certainly every reason for Americans and Iranians to be close without being spies or agents. There was much that the United States had to contribute to Iran's strength and development as a democratic nation that absolutely had no relationship with the world of spies and traitors. Education, normal commercial life, and cultural relationships were more than sufficient. There was every reason to be very closely allied in every respect, even in personal ways. I thought the marriages between Iranians and Americans in many cases were very happy ones, and were culturally very sound, if that's any reflection. And the capacity of the intellectuals to understand one another was, I thought, was as good as with any other culture.
How did U.S. policy toward Iran change as a result of the election of Kennedy to the presidency?
Well, I think, as I indicated earlier, there was an interest in the White House by Kennedy himself, and particularly his brother, Bobby Kennedy, in countries where there was clearly unrest politically, internally, by younger generations. And because the Kennedy administration saw itself as a new generation, and said so in its inaugural address, and believed that because they were born in this century, the first administration born in this century, that they had a mandate for the future and were speaking for the new generations of idealism, the Peace Corps, and all of those manifestations of arms control, giving hope for peace rather than war, and generosity rather than speculation and deprivation. They identified with the people they knew in the United States who were studying and who had grievances about the way politics were conducted in Iran, and wanted a new order of greater participation and democratization. And I think that's how the White House certainly initially saw it. The Kennedy administration, which was very short, only 3 years, saw it that way. In fact, there were very conscious efforts to make it clear that that's the way they saw it, both for practical reasons and also for reasons of idealism. The practical reasons were that if they believed that if you didn't respond to the younger generations, you would reap the whirlwind of revolution or oppression. They were prophetic in that sense. And they encouraged people like our Chief Justice, Earl Warren, to come to Iran. He spoke on the rule of law. I remember that very well because I helped write the speech.
Did you go to Iran?
Yes. He spoke to the Iranian Bar Association and also all the Supreme Court judges of Iran. And he gave a speech on the rule of law. And it was a very interesting occasion.
How was it interesting?
Well, because there were great concerns about the equity of justice in Iran in certain areas, particularly. And so he spoke not knowing the situation. He just spoke as a lawyer about equity and justice as he practiced it and as it was practiced in the United States. And it seemed to strike accord of response among the lawyers, but also among the politicians, and they saw it as a message. And I think that was the kind of message that the Kennedy administration wanted to convey, that they believed in those things. And so this gave heart to some in Iran who were in those fields. The law is a tough profession in Iran at that time.
Who was he invited by? Was he invited?
Oh, he was became just as a visitor. He was touring, and he happened to be there, so they said he's an important personality, so he should give a speech.
What role, if any, did the U.S. Embassy play in the selection of prime ministers and cabinet ministers?
I'm sure that all American embassies in the post-war period had views about the quality of prime ministers and cabinets in various governments, and in some cases expressed their views. But I don't think there are any occasions where anyone was selected, put it that way. Certainly the United States Embassy and the British Embassy to some extent, perhaps some other embassies, had influence in the sense that some cabinet officers would be easy to work with. That is, they had had experience that was in economics or were thought to be very competent in one way or another. They could work with the World Bank, things of that sort, and there would be expressions of pleasure that someone was being considered, or less than enthusiasm if others were. But the charge that some have made that there was manipulation, I don't think was the case. Certainly in the time that I was there, there were people that were liked or disliked, but I don't think there were absolute selections. There were occasions where some officials were known to be corrupt in one way or another, and by the Iranians themselves were described as such and known to be such. I think there were instances where that awareness was made known. But beyond that, I don't think so. Again, you have to recall that there was a commonality of interests between the Iranian government and the United States government, and with people who opposed the regime too. There was a commonality of interest in the kinds of people they would prefer to have, people who were honest rather than dishonest, that were who were for a strong role in world affairs, or not falling into the Soviet orbit, and so on and so forth. There were that all of the parties, even if they disagreed with one another, would share those views. They would prefer to have one prime minister rather than another, given the constraints that there could only be one of two or three people, and that everybody else was out of bounds. So that was the context in which people were favoring or not favoring. But in the time that I was there, I can't think of anything would meet the charge that someone was put in or taken out. Of course, in the earlier time, as the Kermit Roosevelt book describes, that the government in power was not thought to be a good one by the United States, although I think that was a huge mistake to be involved in that way, certainly with that individual.
The Shah has stated that the U.S. Embassy had pressured him into appointing Dr. Amini Prime Minister. To what extent is this assertion correct?
Well, I think as we talked earlier, that Amini was seen by Americans, and I think by Iranians, as a bridge. And the American view at that time was that there was instability. There were increasing signs of a desire on the part of emerging political groups and old political groups, National Front being the most prominent example, a desire to be involved in the political process, and that Amini understood that. And Amini was seen by many as someone who was not for a republic, who believed in the monarchy, but believed in the constitutional monarchy, and was also seen as a strong person who had a grip on economic matters and was familiar with the problems of international finance. He had done those things earlier. And also was well known to the new economists, the young bureaucrats who were in the Plan Organization and so on. And his connections with those people was thought to be a good thing. He's well known in Washington because of his previous experience. And his name was certainly in the public discussions in the press and so on. Some of the, no doubt, self-promoted, which is normal. And but when American officials were asked by Washington who would be a good prime minister at this time, he was a name that naturally would come up because they knew him and were familiar with his basic views. There was certainly that kind of pressure that, from the American point of view, someone like that seemed to make sense at that time, and the Shah was told that by the Americans, and I suspect he was told that in Washington as well. So the issue really was, did you want a strong prime minister who, in certain areas, at least would have an independent say in capabilities, and it was seen as someone who was competent and would have some popular support, could reach out to the opposing groups, and would help to broaden the base, and those were the views that were expressed at that time.
If it is at least partially correct, how did the U.S. Embassy persuade the Shah to appoint Dr. Amini?
I think I can shed any light on that. The way I recall it was inevitability, because he seemed to fit the time. There's no other choice, really, that made any sense. And it certainly was a moment at which the relatively absolute power of the Shah was seen as curtailed. because here was a prime minister who had an independent base. He had a very small base with personality groups, but he was well known. It was his personal fame that was his independent base, and his fame extended beyond Iran to the west. But clearly the Shah was very suspicious and wary of the whole business, and saw Amini as a rival. And the usual process of divide and rule seemed to certainly was taking place. Is that Amini never had the total support of the Shah. There were certain areas that he had no influence whatsoever in as prime minister. The military, for example, the budget question, the final decision on oil revenue. And as we all know, he collapsed. His regime collapsed on the question of economic priorities.
Was the Shah afraid that the U.S. may support him and may change the regime?
I think that was a fear on his part. I mean, it was a false fear. There was absolutely no intention of any United States policy or any official that I knew of that was never in their thinking at all. Never. But people who were very close to the Shah at that time expressed the view that he feared that. But I suppose that people like the Shah who were in that position always have fears of that kind. But I'm sure the Gorbachev has a fear of Gromyko. It's a human failing.
It has been said that the U.S. was the architect of the Shah's land reform program. The White House aide during the Kennedy administration, Robert Conner, has been specifically mentioned as a key proponent. Can you shed some light on this question?
No, I think that's false. Land reform was an Iranian concern from a very early time. After all, Mossadegh had a land reform program of very important significance. It's not much understood, but his embryonic land reform was a crucial step in the right direction. It was a major platform for the National Front people. They believed in land reform, but it was a very different kind than the White Revolution's variety. Is that they were of the view that the land should belong to those who till it, but that there was a right of property that was much more in tune, as I understood it, and I spent a lot of time trying to understand it. That what they were seeking was something that would be consistent with Iranian religious law on the Vaqf and inheritance, but also do away with the abuses of landlords who were rapacious and did not really contribute to the villages, who exacted too large shares. And that there were some sense of excess, that some people had far too many villages. But the idea of ownership
private ownership was certainly not challenged by most of them. They were more interested, particularly in the later years, in fact in the time that I was there, in cadastral surveys of how the very differing villages of Iran could in fact be divided in some sensible way that wouldn't adversely affect the economy. And they were beginning to consider the problems of agribusiness, consolidation, and cooperatives, and all of the very complicated problems. In fact, Ebdahaj and the Plan Organization had a group that were working on cadastral surveys, and many of the people who were in the Plan Organization were National Front members, and their lineage goes back to the idea in the Mossadegh time, which seemed to me the most sensible way. And there were many people who had been coming to Iran from the World Bank. Wolf Ladachinsky, who's a very prominent land reform expert, particularly, he was an expert on village patterns rather than land reform, although he would advocate land reforms in various places. Well, I was convinced when I was there that for Americans to advocate land reform was a very curious thing, because we had no such laws, and that who are we to advocate such things, and we didn't know what we were talking about. There were a lot of complexities. The more I saw the villages, the more I was convinced that the variety was so vast that a uniform pattern would be very difficult to impose or desirable. That clearly the share system was certainly abused in many areas, and that the villagers were in bad shape in many other subsistence and otherwise disease. But that wasn't a consequence that would be resolved by so-called land reform. There were enthusiasts who saw land reform as a solution the same way they saw elections as a solution. They saw the principle as the same thing as the result. And I think Comer certainly was interested in land reform as a reflection of democratization. But I don't think he advocated any particular form. He just wanted movement in that direction. And I think the Shah was convinced by Rafsanjani more than anyone else. And in fact, he was very sensitive to what Mossadegh had done earlier, and he was listening very carefully to the noises being made by the National Front, and he preempted them. I mean, the White Revolution was a preemption. Everything in the White Revolution was in the National Front program in one form or another. In some cases, severe distortions, but nonetheless, all of the items were in the National Front agenda for what was needed for Iran. I think the fact that White Revolution took place was an acute awareness on the part of the Shah that he had to do at least that. It was sort of a minimum program, which he hyped in order to say, see, I'm a reformer, and there's no need for these other guys because I'm doing it. Why do you need the other ones? It was essentially the... So I would say no, that the Shah himself was the determining factor. He had historical reasons within Iran to do it. He had lots of advice over many years. He had the experience of his father, who acquired and disposed villages at a great rate, and he was well aware of that. And he had ministers of court and close friends who were huge landowners and knew the problems of village ownership and land reform. There was nothing that Comer could tell the Shah about the village problem. So no, I think that's totally false. That the land reform, the White Revolution, was primarily sparked by the National Front platform. If you wanted a direct cause, I would say that was an attempted preemption. And it was the personal influence of Rafsanjani. Rafsanjani was a charismatic figure on that subject. He had a dynamism which was anyone in Iran at that point would see. People would just come alive. And that was a wonderful photograph of a villager receiving the land reform. You know that?
From the Shah or from Arsenjani?
It was from the Shah, but it was really from Arsenjani. But Arsenjani was able to capture that kind of. It's a wonderful photograph which I have.
I remember that era, some of the bakeries.
Yeah. I don't think it has anything to do with the Americans. I think it was internal. The Americans were saying, do it, because those were noises Americans were making everywhere. They were saying that in India, they were saying that in Pakistan, they were saying in Africa. It was the shorthand for if you have to say something, say that. Then it was thought to be motherhood. If you're doing that, you're on the right track. But clearly the Shah did it for his own reasons, based on his own historical experience and based on the realities of Iranian politics. I don't think it was induced.
But what do you make of the coincidence of the other similar programs in India, Pakistan, and other places, Indonesia?
Well, there's a phenomenon that was taking place in the world. That's all. The change in, after all, the nature of life in the 20th century is different than the 19th century. It's partially due to improved medicine, communications, transistor radios, travel. I'd say communications and medicine were the great catalysts for land reform. Modern agriculture too. Just the possibilities of changing the famine and the cycles of great harvests and famines. And the politics really followed from that. Well, one can't deny the influence of other ways of thinking. But in India, certainly the British had an influence. But what has gone on in India is very Indian. It's not. The village structure is still the heart and soul of India, and it's unchanged by the British except language and the superimposed communications. The railroad, I suppose, was very important for India. I mean, that made a change. That brought new kinds of medicine, some new thoughts, beginnings of government in the village. Government was not in the village in India any more than the government was in the village in Iran. That's a 20th century phenomenon. Government was certainly in the cities of Iran, but even there there were provincial centers of power which were different than the center up until the 20th century.
What was the view of the U.S. Embassy regarding the closing of the Majlis by Dr. Amini and postponement of the elections?
Well, there was a sign of instability that there had to be, that the disturbances were really due to a discontent with the rigging of things, and that a rigged parliament was not satisfactory. So, I mean, that was the appreciation of the embassy, that was the basis of the disturbance, and the closing of the or the shutting down of the parliamentary government was a reflection that something else had to be done. I mean, that was what Amini was trying to do, as I recall it, was that wasn't working. They had to broaden the base, and that's he would make an attempt at that, which he did not succeed, obviously, because he didn't have the power to succeed. If he had had a freer hand, I think he might have. Possible. He had a very difficult problem because neither the Shah nor the National Front trusted him at crucial moments. And the reasons were in part because they didn't think he had the power in either case. If they had a sense that he had the power, they might have dealt with it. And they did at one point, or several times. And those equations are always so delicate.
Was there an attempt by the U.S. to persuade the Shah to reopen the Majlis?
Yes, sure. I think the view of the United States at that point was that the parliament was part of the legitimate structure of Iran, that it was not good for Iran not to have parliamentary government. It was as simple as that. But the difficulties of having a parliament that was not reflective of the people was understood. But I think the view was that Iran and the Shah had to make the decisions about how to eventually broaden the base, but that they had to do something, and that parliamentary government was important to have. But they clearly understood that the parliaments that were selected didn't work.
What was the attitude of the U.S. Embassy as National Front activities were being disrupted and the leaders imprisoned?
The view of the embassy was that this was not a good thing. That as long as the activities of the National Front leaders were legitimate, that is, they were not throwing bombs or practicing sedition of any kind, which they were not. They were simply trying to organize as parties under the Iranian constitution, that they should be permitted to do so. However, it was clearly understood that the Shah didn't like this group for all kinds of reasons that go back to 1953 and before, and that it was a very difficult problem. They believed that the Shah was the linchpin of stability, was their term, and that they would support the Shah at every turn, but they would try and encourage him to take from the National Front those elements that were clearly no harm to him. And they didn't see that this group had any individual and in some really offered any threat to the regime, although they understood that if they were in power, that it would mean reigning and not ruling. Most of the people in the embassy and in Washington believed that they should work through the Shah at every stage, that was the right way to do it. It was legitimate, it was the easiest way, it was the one that had the least risks. They would try to persuade him to gradually broaden the political base. And that was believed all during the time that I was there. There were some who believed that there should be more effort made. That was my view. But generally the view was the Shah should move in that direction, even the most conservative of the people in the embassy or in Washington.
To what extent was the U.S. Embassy aware of the illegal activities of the Slovak under Timur Bakhtiar?
I think they were in detail. Yes, there was certainly most Iranians were aware, and the Iranians were very vocal. So there was no reason for anyone in Iran not to know in detail. So yes, there was full awareness.
And what was the attitude of the U.S. Embassy towards these activities?
Well, I think the attitude was that it was harmful to the regime. That there were some who went beyond that to say that the United States should make its views on these matters clear, because it's contrary to our beliefs of the way government should be and so on. I think the major attitude was that this was something that the Shah and his government had to deal with and correct itself. There were other views that most of what Savak was doing was aimed at the Tuda and subversion from the Soviet Union, what have you, and that the excesses of the secret police should be curbed and could be curbed, but that they were not the main work of Savak. They saw the Savak's main work as aimed at the Soviet Union and the Tuda. And because that was the main job, their approaches to the Shah were complicated rather than straightforward and simple, denouncing the... But they did, in fact, object to the worst of the excesses.
And to what extent was an effort made by the U.S. Embassy to curtail these activities?
I think there were considerable efforts. Yeah.
Could you describe them, sir?
Well, I think the ambassador made representations. Of course, the United States press was very explicit in these things, and individual members of the embassy were very clear in this. And I think the liaison with the Iranian government in these areas were very clear about that these excesses were harmful. But there are other people you could ask who are more directly involved in those matters.
What, if any, was the connection between the Shah's visit to Washington and meeting with President Kennedy, that is in April of 1962, and the fall of McElwee cabinet in July of 1962?
Well, I think there was a relationship. The Shah expressed his views about things, and the Kennedys saw what his concerns were. But if the question is intended to mean was a decision made at that time about amity, I would say no. No, the decision was made on the question of extending the loan, which was the crux, at the time. So it was in the days just before the Yemeni government fell. And I think, as I told you the last time we talked, that the full consequences of extending a further loan to the Yemeni government, debt servicing, that's what it was not fully understood. The World Bank was pressuring for certain constraints, and Amini was unwilling to meet those because he politically couldn't. And it also meant a change in his priorities, which were the test between him and the Shah. And if he backed down on those priorities, he would lose face, he'd lose power, and so on. That wasn't understood by the bank fully. It wasn't understood by the economists in Washington. On the very primitive level, I think it was understood there was a contest of will between the Shah and Amini. But Washington tended to see the context of the struggle of will between the Shah and Amini from the Shah's point of view, namely that it's me or him, rather than the issue is, should you have a strong prime minister who would have independence in certain areas and whose purpose is to broaden the political base. The issues in Washington were never posed with that complexity. They were, are you with the Shah or against them? And that was never the question. Of course you're with the Shah. The question is the Shah and what? So they reduced the question to a false simplicity. And that was the turning point. But at the time of the Shah's visit in Washington, no decision had been made. Because the issue really wasn't ripe at that time either. The turning point hadn't been reached, although the frictions were clear between the two.
Please go ahead.
Where were we?
We were talking about Amini and
decision
regarding his removal.
Yeah, well, I really have nothing much more to add than that. The decision was made on the loan, on two grounds. One was from the point of view of the economists at the World Bank who were worried about debt repayment and international obligations, and Iran has to tighten its belt and all of that, without understanding the political implications. And the United States government saw the struggle between Amini in oversimplified terms, which was, they saw antagonists were in fact an opposition, were in terms that were totally false. The real issues were much more subtle and important. It was a missed opportunity of rather sizable proportions.
Was the U.S. Embassy consulted by Dr. Amini or the Shah before the acceptance of his resignation?
Yes, both.
Before the acceptance of his
Oh, yes. Well, as was the pattern in that time, there were constant discussions between all of the parties at every level within the Shah's group, immediate his ministers, the Shah himself, and Amini and all of his friends.
How did Amini react as well?
Well, I think he was bitterly disappointed in the event. It was. I think his greatest disappointment was the failure of the Americans to understand the importance beyond him. It was much more than Ali Amini. And Amini's disappointment must have extended to some Iranian groups as well, because the National Front didn't make things easier for him. In all cases, there were some who certainly understood the dilemma, and they saw the advisability, and I think they looked at Amini as basically a benign force, but certainly not an end in itself. They wanted to go way beyond Amini, obviously. And Amini understood that, so did the Shah.
Did General Bakhtiar meet with President Kennedy and try to get U.S. support for himself as Prime Minister?
I don't know. I can't believe that he did. I would doubt it. I mean, President Kennedy was certainly been aware of who he was. But I doubt that he could support such a thing if it came. But I just don't know the answer to that. I would be very surprised if he'd be sympathetic to that kind of suggestion.
How did the U.S. Embassy view and assess the events of 15th of Khordad, June 1963?
Well, the embassy was as surprised as anyone else, but it knew quite fully what happened and did analyses at the time, which were sent to Washington, which are in the published volumes from Tehran. So the basic appreciation was that here was a force, a mass uprising of a kind that had not been seen before. That these things came from the new urban poor and the villagers and the deeply religious, and that they were very powerful, and they had nothing to do with the existing political structure. And the grievances were described at the time very accurately, just as they were understood by Iranians who were affected by all of these things. And I think it was viewed as, after the awareness that here was a powerful force, when Khomeini was exiled and the religious uprisings were crushed and the situation became stabilized, people forgot about it. They went into, as though it had never happened, they just forgot. But at the time, it was recognized, it was described accurately, I think. And, anyone in Tehran at that time would have had to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to have understood what was happening.
It is also said that Ali Mansour had close relations with the embassy, and that he too was forced upon the Shah as Prime Minister by the Americans. To what extent, if any, is this assertion correct?
Well, he had close relationships with officials in the United States Embassy, but that was not unusual. They were no different than most of the prominent Iranians in Tehran. They all had relations with the embassy. They visited, went to dinners. They sought the invitations. In many cases, they were sought after in others, but it was normal business. Mansour was not imposed or suggested by the embassy, nor was his progressive center. I think that was an idea of the court itself, and certainly Mansour himself, but I think it was another variant on the Shah's own ideas of trying to develop some kind of indigenous political structure. And this, after the failure of the two-party system, he went in the direction of a government party, Progressive Center, with an opposition, sort of hanging on to the old structure. And then finally he ended up with Russell Keys, a one-party structure. But again, these would be from the new elite, rather than in the old, which was the reflection of the Mardol and Melian had one virtue, which was even though they were all selected by the Shah, they did reflect in their variety the regions of Iran, the Bazari. They had all kinds of people in the slates, although they were all Shah-Parast, and there were no people of any independence. But in the Progressive Center, they were the new bureaucrats primarily, and the new industrialists. That was the new rich, and the new governing. And they tended to be focused in Tehran. They were very Tehran-oriented, although there were offshoots in the centers. No, I think this was the Shah's idea. It was a court idea, and they were people who naturally had a lot of contacts with America and the West. And people like Mohsen Khajnouri and I guess all of the brothers. Oh goodness, the prime minister who was killed. Why do I forget? No, the one who was executed. Hoveyda, the two Hoveydas, and it was a group. In fact, they tended to be French educated rather than, in many cases, rather than American or British educated. No, for the most part, they were very decent, capable people, and they were very moderate, even conservative in their views. Very successful for the most part, and had every reason to, and had an investment in the continuation of the regime, but were the most moderate of the reformers.
If it is correct, which I guess is not something, why did the Americans wish to see Mansour appointed as Prime Minister?
I don't think, as I said, I don't think it was. I mean, there were people in the embassy who were very close to Mansour. I mean, they were friends. They would see each other continuously because of their equivalent rank. But it was a mistake to equate that with a intense preference on the part of the United States of America. It may have been the personal preference of an individual. That's not the same thing. And the Shah clearly understood that Mansour was a friend of people in the American embassy, and that would be a plus. But there's no way on God's earth that Mansour would have been appointed Prime Minister unless the Shah thought that he would serve his purposes. His purposes rather than the American purpose.
In what way, and at one point in time between 1959 and 1979, could the U.S. government have influenced the Shah towards greater respect for constitutional government?
Oh, I think at every stage of the way we could have done that. I think it should have been the foundation of our policy towards Iran. That should have been the dominant theme of how ambassadors should discuss how they saw the future of Iran. That's how every administration, our administration, should have done that. And that all of our official acts should have been designed to achieve that end. But what in fact happened was that as the Shah became more confident, and after the White Revolution and the exile of Khomeini and the suppression of even the National Front, that American policy, American ambassadors tended to, sure, in just a moment, tended to see the Shah as in power and doing a good job of it, and he should be left to his own devices. That it was his country, and it was very complicated beyond the right or capacity of Americans to interfere in any way. That he should have a free hand, and that in the long run it would become a democracy, but that the economic priority was so successful that that was the way to go. And I think the awareness of what was happening internally in Iran was less sensitive in that period, unfortunately. There was no sense of the emerging priority, particularly since the economic development of Iran was going so well in so many respects, and the logic of events in the post-war period would have argued for special care in political development given what had happened elsewhere in the world. Even if you knew nothing about the details of Iranian history or the state of Iranian society, you would be able to make a geopolitical judgment based on those patterns. The great mistake, it seems to me, was to not pay close attention to Iran, even though Iran was one of our closest allies and was seen as a great source of stability and strength. And to have ignored the protests of the students in the United States and the intellectuals was a remarkable mistake, as they were articulating in very important ways the problem. But it reveals the difficulty of dealing on a personal basis rather than institutional basis, and not using the instruments of analysis of systematic study, and not using the things of the mind to tell you what's happening. It's just a tragedy for the United States and for Iran. A question that arises, though, is if the United States had seen this as a priority, would it have made any difference in the eventual outcome? Would the Khomeini revolution occur? And I'm of the view that I think it would have made a difference. Certainly, had there been a broader political base, the religious concern would have in large measure been met. So there's nothing incompatible with constitutional government and religious belief. In fact, it's guaranteed in the Constitution. And if you allow the religious people to have a say in the things that matter to them, you have done what you should do as a government. And that certainly was part of the grievance that the religious had. And had the other institutions and groups in Iran been allowed to flourish, there would have been an alternative to clerical rule. And it would have been the logical alternative, because they're the people who are trained by profession to do that. Their clerics are not. So I think it would have made a difference. And there were periods when America was involved in Iran where they were moving in that direction, but it was never sustained. I suppose the ultimate question is whether it's possible for a country, even for the United States, to have a foreign policy which is consistent with its own beliefs about government for itself. If we really believed in the democratic ideal, shouldn't this apply overseas? And this is a major question for our foreign policy. And Iran is a terribly costly lesson about all the ramifications of that.
Various individuals have spoken about an aborted trip by you to meet the Ayatollah Khomeini in Paris. What was the background to this trip, and why was it cancelled?
Well, the trip wasn't canceled. The background is as follows. When the embassy was seized by the student group, and the 52, or eventually 52, were made hostages, contact was made immediately with the Bazargan government, which was still in power. And it was agreed that I would go out with Ramsey Clark to Tehran to meet with Bazargan and with the Ayatollah to discuss problems between the United States and Iran and the release of the hostages. Now, approval for the trip had been granted, so we left from Washington 2 days after the seizure of the embassy, and were flying in the president's airplane to Tehran, and it stopped in Istanbul for refueling. When we received word from Washington that Tehran had said it would not be possible to go into Iran in the Boeing 707. And we said that was all right. We arranged for a small military jet, passenger jet, to go from Istanbul to Tehran, and clearance was given for that. Just at that point, the Bazargan fell. And the reason it fell was apparently the student captors had broken open the safes and had begun to piece together the documents. And in their view, this confirmed that, to use their terms, that the embassy was a nest of spies. And they had gone to Rome and told the Ayatollah this, and he had said that there would be no relations with the United States. So not only that, but the Bazargan government fell because, among other things, there were a number of officials who were in the Bazargan government who were implicated because it was claimed that they were American agents, whereas I think, in fact, they were simply people who had been visited on official business by the Chargé, Bruce Langen, and others. But at any rate, the Bazargan government fell. The Revolutionary Council took over, and so there was no official government in power. There was no prime minister. Khomeini had cut off any contact officially. So the problem for the United States government, for us, was who could we talk to in order to go to Iran? If we went to Iran, where would we go? Who would we talk to? And so in Istanbul, with cooperation of the Turkish government and every government in the world, we communicated with the Revolutionary Council directly by telephone.
And so who was the Revolutionary Council? Or the group of people?
Yeah.
And a particular person?
No, all of them. Or all that we... No one was in charge.
Mm-hmm.
There's a membership of the Revolutionary Council. And we also made contacts with other people in Iran who were close to the Ayatollah. So we were bearing a letter from the President of the United States to the Ayatollah, and this was known. But it became quickly clear that it was not possible to deal with any person or group that meant anything, because there was a struggle for power underway in Iran itself. So we talked to a number of the people in the Revolutionary Council, a number of people close to Khomeini.
Via telephone?
Via telephone. And also by intermediaries, other governments, what have you. And the situation became more and more uncertain politically, internally, although it was possible to communicate by telephone, either directly or indirectly. Now, part of the diplomacy that we were able to engage in from Istanbul and with Washington and other capitals resulted in the release of the first group, the blacks and the women. And so that was the best we were able to do. We were in Istanbul for several weeks, and then after several weeks it was clear that until the Iranian government had stabilized itself, there was going to be no means. But we were prevented from going in. I mentioned to you that we had a military jet ready, and then we said we were coming, and then they said, no, you have to come by private plane. So we had just boarded a Turkish airliner, and they said no official Americans can come. So we stopped. We had to conduct all our negotiations by intermediaries or by telephone at that point. So that was an interesting chapter.
Frustrating too.
Well, yes. It's hard to know what would have happened had we gone to Iran.
Could you talk directly to someone like Bahá'í?
Yes, we did.
And what was his reaction?
It was sympathetic. Do what we can. We have to. All of them were sympathetic in tone, and no one was rude or hostile. So, we talked with a large number of the Revolutionary Council. It was an extraordinary experience.
But then who decided that you couldn't go to Iran? Was it Khomeini himself?
Not clear. It must have been a decision by Khomeini ultimately, but I think it was clear that the Revolutionary Council was divided. There was a group that said we should try and have good relations with the United States. The other group is saying just the opposite, because they feared intervention on the one hand. On the other, we could use the United States as a means of solidifying support. And that kind of internal politics was seemed to be what was happening at that time. But despite all of the efforts in the world community. Everyone was involved in this, UN and the Vatican and the Arab states, and the Soviet Union. They were all assisting with no. So the reason probably that I was chosen is that I had been asked to go to Iran as ambassador prior to that, and I had declined, although evidently I had been thought by the Waziran government to be acceptable on the grounds that I didn't think I could be of much use. Although I was thinking very seriously of changing my mind and going, but before you go on, why this particular spectrum of people?
Now I will read the names of those historical figures that you have personally known. Please describe one or two situations in which they were involved and you personally observed in order to provide a more complete sketch of these individuals as men and political figures. Okay, the first person is Muhammad Reza Shah.
Yes, well, I saw the Shah on quite a few occasions. Most of them were official. First in Isfahan, where I was assigned as vice consul, and at the time I was there, which was 59 and 60, the Shah came to Iran on several occasions to be the host for royal visitors. And the occasions were the visit of Queen Elizabeth and Philip, the visit of the Prince and Princess of Japan, and King Hussein of Jordan. And in each of those occasions, on each of those occasions, the Shah went through a visit of the major monuments of Isfahan, the mosques and bridges, Maidan, Bazaar, and there were receptions at the airport and at Chelsea Tombs for the guests and the notables of Isfahan and the very small diplomatic community. So over a period of a few months, we saw quite a bit of the Shah, and it was an interesting introduction to the imperial court, because the Shah had his major officials with him, and of course his entourage is quite large and very elaborate. And Isfahan was decked out in great splendor, where there would be carpets along the way that the visitors would go, and there were arches of flowers and very fantastic arrangements. One occasion when the Queen of England came, the entire route of the royal group was painted blue, because it was said the Queen liked blue. So you had the phenomena of Isfahan's mud-colored walls being blue in a certain path. And it was the occasion when the Chelsea Tomb had a modern bathroom installed temporarily, much to everyone's relief. in case the Queen needed to take a bath. But they were very wonderful and wonderful in the sense of elaborate and full of ceremony and splendor, so they were very interesting. And there were brief discussions of formal nature, but after the third time, the Shah recognized that he had seen this before. Well, those were the first meetings with the Shah. Then, when I went to Tehran as ambassador's aide, I saw the Shah on a number of occasions when the ambassador went to see the Shah at the court, and I was to assist him and carry the formal papers, the treaties and what have you that needed to be discussed. And so we went to Sadabad, and also we had one session downtown, palace downtown. Then there were several salams at Nowruz when we met with the Shah, and where we met the entire diplomatic corps and the high officials of the Iranian government. That was in the Golestan Palace, and that was an interesting, elaborate ceremony where the ambassador would read a formal statement of congratulations, and the Shah would answer, and then he would be introduced to the diplomats in order of rank and have words to say. So that was a very elaborate and formal occasion. I saw the Shah on a number of other occasions. Once skiing, in fact twice skiing. There was a new ski lift that was near Abali. It was called the Noor Club, and he was skiing there, and I was skiing with his bodyguard. So the occasions that I saw him in conversations with the ambassador. I saw him on formal occasions and somewhat at play. And on one occasion I saw him in Washington on one of his visits. But I cannot in any sense say that I have any intimate insights beyond the formalities. Mm-hmm. On those occasions he seemed up to the job of protocol and being a host for his nation's business on those matters. I can recall the way the court was arranged and the behavior of the entourage and the nature of the royal palaces, including Sadabad, and some sense of preferences in furniture and taste, costume and the manner of speaking. But I can't claim any insight into the intricacies of his mind or any strengths or weaknesses of character.
What kind of man did he appear to you on a perhaps a visual level? First-hand observations, impressions,
Well, he seemed like other men. There's nothing fearful or extravagant or peculiar, given the position of being a king. No, he seemed relatively at ease and attractive and interested. There was nothing in the formal side of him that would give any indication of the quality of him. So the formal role was one that didn't indicate any distinctions of any kind, either eccentric or otherwise. He seemed attractive and interested, alert, intelligent. But beyond that, there was nothing that you could really see. He obviously liked the visit of the Queen and Prince Philip and Hussein and the Princess. Oh yes, there was another occasion, Isfahan, when the Comte Paris came. No, I'd say that the sense, I got a sense of what the court was like among the context of the king in Iran, but it would take far more personal relationships to begin to have any judgment about his character. I have lots of views about what he did as a Shah, but those are analytical rather than emotional.
How about Ashraf, Princess Ashraf?
Again, there were formal occasions. Ashraf and Shams were always talked about in Isfahan. Isfahan was a very interesting place because the rulers were judged by what they did for Isfahan. And Shams was preferred because she did things for Isfahan. It was thought in the way of Red Lion and Son, good works of one kind or another, caused the building to be put up, and they planted some trees, so therefore she was thought to be good. Ashraf was not thought in the same way because she didn't favor Isfahan in the minds of the Isfahanis. But I saw her on a number of occasions. Again, they were formal, and as I saw other members of the Shah's family. There were lots of reports and stories about her court, that she was the most prominent of the royal family as far as having doreys and active social life, which would bring some of the major politicians and intellectual figures of a certain kind would be involved. But beyond that, no. Some of her family, or her sons, I knew somewhat. We played tennis together, things like that, in Tehran. Again, it was so occasional to have no real insights into character, intellect, or real beliefs.
Hussein Allah.
I saw him on quite a few occasions with Ambassador Holmes, who visited him quite often, and I was very impressed with him. I thought he was a man of great wisdom and judgment and thoughtfulness, and his own style of life. His home was such a beautiful place that reflected so much of the beauty of Iran, a lovely library and a sense of peace and reflection and beauty. And his own character seemed to be that way. He was already very old, but he seemed to have a balance and gentleness that was a great asset, it seemed to me. Yeah. I would think if there were more people like him, it would have been a very good influence on the Shah.
Yeah.
Hussein Allah, if there were more like him. But beyond that, again, his children I knew because they were closer to my age.
Timur Bakhtiar.
Well, again, the initial connection is Isfahan because my first landlord, an apartment I rented was a relative of his, a Bakhtiar, named Yahya Khan Bakhtiar, a cousin, close cousin. And Timur was well known in Isfahan for all kinds of reasons. All the Bakhtiars are known in Isfahan because it's the closest major city to their lands. He had other relatives from the Samsans who were Samsan Bakhtiar that were very much in opposition to him. In fact, Samsan had connections with as did Shapur, with the National Front, and were in the constitutional line, or thought of themselves as in the constitutional line of the Bakhtiars who supported the Constitution. So there was this tension. I saw General Bakhtiar on occasions in Bakhtiari country, when I was visiting some Hans on a hunting trip, and he was hunting. He seemed to enjoy that from time to time. I never had any official talks with him beyond formalities, although I was well aware of his activities and the organization that he headed. His reputation was one of being a very hard, tough chief of the secret police, and greatly feared.
Okay. Dr. Mancher Abbas.
Again, this was he was in and out of the very top of the Iranian government, and when I went with the ambassador, I would see him on a number of occasions, and his reputation among the Iranians, as you know, was as being the slave of the Shah, and he seemed totally an old-style courtier, that whatever the Shah wished was his command, and a man of no, by personal decision, who would have no other view except to serve the Shah as the Shah wished, and he did that to the best of his ability. And an interesting type for me, because in the United States there are always some assertions of individual will, and in the case of Dr. Iqbal, there seemed to be the phenomenon of being a loyal servant to the king was exemplified in Iqbal. And I don't think that's a bad thing if that's the way you see the world. My position in almost all of these cases was to observe. I never really had to deal with them as equals, as far from that. So it's an unfair position to make judgments about, because there's no immediate sense of the responsibilities that someone may have, or the burdens, or the terrors,
Jafar Sharif Imami.
Again, the same kind of circumstance. Imami struck me as someone who was very adroit and skillful, who was a very flexible, almost a troubleshooter for the Shah, who would be called in when things were totally out of hand, and he would do his best to dampen an already disastrous situation. That seemed to be his role. Iqbal would be called in the first instance, then as Sharif. So he was much more flexible a figure, I think, than Iqbal. And although really in the same school of politics and the same notion of the role of the Shah and their role in relation to them, to him.
Dr. Ali Imam Ali.
Well, that's one of the most interesting people I met in Iran was Dr. Ali. He was such a vital human being. His personality was so full of life and so amusing and bubbly that you couldn't fail but like him, because he was so always darting all over the place and cracking jokes and setting people at ease and always telling fascinating stories of one kind or another. He was a master of conversation and engagement. And he was a passionate politician. He delighted in the activity of politics, and liked to have groups around him, liked to be involved, and I think he was a very interesting transitional figure in many ways, because he coming from another dynasty with a lot of experience of the West, but still a man of the court in many ways, but very sensitive to the West. He was a major figure in Iran with a lot of influence, and certainly was there at the most crucial times. I think if he had been given more scope, more support at crucial moments, the history of Iran might have been very different than it is now. He was a man whose motives, I think, were basically patriotic and sophisticated, and would have served Iran well if they had been given more play than they were given. But he certainly, among the Iranians of that period, probably has the largest insight into all the ramifications of what was going on within the court, outside the court, in the nature of opposition politics, the behavior of the Americans, the British, of the Russians. He probably has the most comprehensive view of the political world of any Iranian, I would think. And I know you've interviewed him in depth. His memoir, I'm sure, is the most significant, or should be. But he had the best contacts with the younger generations too. He was interested in them. He sought them out. He wanted to hear what they had to say. He was always interested in who the brightest people were in the rising generations, and seek them out, and they would enjoy him. Instead, he was socially active, not a recluse in the slightest, and at Nowruz was very important to him, for him to visit, for people to visit him, and of course his family relationships were vast and extensive, so that made matters easier. but a fascinating and important historical figure. Very slight, one acquaintance, but his time when I was in Iran was mostly in jail, so I had heard a great deal about him because of the freedom movement and his role in the National Front, you have to say, convention in 1963 or 4, and where he was seen as being on the fringe, on the extreme religious right, and was known at that time, along with Telegani, as the religious wing of the party, but was still within the umbrella of what was basically a secular party, or group, or a series of groupings. He seemed at that time to be a very decent, highly principled person who was much respected for those reasons. By the more secular people, he was thought to be overly religious. Those are all points of view that others had at the time. But he was always regarded as being honest and straightforward, a man of principle, and willing to suffer for his principles, which he obviously did, and still is from all appearances.
What did you meet him?
It was just one occasion when they had during the period of the convention. It was just insignificant. So I'm just aware what he looks like.
General Hassan Pakravan.
No, Pakravan was a very popular figure in Tehran, and because even though he was in Savak, he was Savak. He wasn't always that, of course, but because he was such a bright, intelligent, cultured man, and of course his family, his wife and family were very civilized, interested in the history and civilization of Iran, and was always regarded as a man who believed in minimum use of force, was always looking for political solutions and compromise, and using gentle methods rather than the harsh methods of other heads of Savak. He was generally compared with General Bakhtiar as the two different ways of doing the job of head of secret police. American ambassadors and other officials would always seek his views of things, and he would seek theirs, and he was always regarded as an able civil servant with the interests of his country and his king at heart. They saw him as a man who did a very difficult job very well. And as a personality, he was very engaging and polite and thoughtful, philosophical. But that was not my world. Although I certainly, because of my job as assistant ambassador, I would see him on occasion.
Could you describe one or two of these occasions where you met him?
Well, they were generally social. Generally social dinners, formal receptions of one kind or another. And I think he was at the court with the king on another occasion when I went to Ambassador Holmes' embassy business, treaties and agreements of one kind or another. So.
Asadullah Alam.
Alam I saw a lot of. Again, it was partially at the court, but he was very often a guest of Ambassador Holmes, and they got along very well. So there were many occasions when I saw him. I played tennis with Mrs. Alam on a number of occasions at Anjam.
Mm-hmm.
And further, Mrs. Alam's brother, Gavam, was governor of Harmandar in Kermanshah, and I met him there, and we became friends. I thought he was a very interesting, rather nice person, Gavam, and we visited the Gavam house in Shiraz. It was lovely. But you could clearly see that Alam was very important to the Shah. I mean, he was one of the few people who could speak directly and frankly with the Shah, and he did, even and very skillfully and with genuine affection. There was no question that Alam and the Shah were close and good friends, and that Alam was one of the best ways to inform the Shah of a point of view or a petition. That he was the most important advisor to the Shah, and that was evident to anyone who ever went to court or saw the government in operation. He was the most important person to the Shah, and perhaps the death of Alam at the end of his illness account for some of the lack of resolve on the part of the Shah. He's without question the most important advisor to the Shah. And someone who had a lot of ancien regime with the whole bourgeois, the whole eastern province was his domain in a way, and he had the kind of confidence that kind of sense of place gives, it seems to me. He was very good with foreigners, Westerners. He understood them. He was very skillful. He knew the facts pretty well. He was very well informed. But with all of that, I think his basic view, as it was quite evident, was the Shah's basically absolute rule was the right course. I think that was his view, and he was one of those who, at those crucial moments, I'm sure would have counseled, don't give in, keep your power intact. It'll be a slippery slope. You give a little bit, and then more will go. And the beginning and the end, hold on. Basically, although I think he was tactically very good too. He didn't know when the limits had been reached. He worked very hard at his job. He's good at it.
Hasan Ali Mansour.
Well, yes, he was one of
the group that was of the Progressive Center, and he was seen quite a bit by the ambassador and by the minister. They were close personal friends, and seen as someone who could galvanize the allegiance of the younger, relatively younger technocrats and Western trained people, and that he would be a natural leader for those purposes. He seemed an attractive, able man for those purposes. Of course, this assassination was and should have been seen as an indication of what was to come. The group that killed him, and the reasons why, their motivations, their beliefs, so on should have been. It seems to be more thoughtfully assessed than they were. I think it was dismissed as a lunatic prince. I mean, obviously the lunatic who killed him, because assassins tend to be lunatics, but the people behind assassins are another matter. And the reasons that compel people to want to kill ought to be more carefully understood. But he was typical of that group. His style of behavior, even of social life, was very characteristic. He was very well-to-do. Not quite on the scale of the royal court, but very successful, and it was a representation of the of wealth. You had that sense of things, but very, on the whole, decent people with the well-being of Iran as a whole in mind. I think that was the general attitude.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. End of the tape.